moment. I don't know more than that.
Yes, Chair, thank you. We do require a stand-down to prepare an application for a postponement. To inform you about the developments that have led to this, if I can just very briefly tell you this, but I do want to bring a formal application. At about 6 o'clock this morning, my attorney received an email from the Commission's attorney, and the email read, "Our instructions are early this morning, flowing from your client's evidence yesterday. An evidence leader was working through the Medicare 24 Shwani accounts to identify inflows from SAPS in the period over which your client had sight of transaction movements on that account. While looking at these inflows into the Medicare account, the evidence leader identified 2 additional payments to Medicare from your client, which your client has not disclosed. The payments were in an amount of 1 million on 27 June 2024 and an amount of 1.12 on 7 October 2024. Both payments were made from your client's company, Tasmika Construction. Copies of the relevant Medicare and Tasmika Construction bank statements are attached, together with extracts from the spreadsheet of contras for the Medicare account, which was provided by FNB. The evidence leaders intend to canvass these payments with your client this morning. If you require time to consult with your client in this regard, we will approach the Commission to arrange a later start to proceedings." Chair, we all got here between 9 and 9:15. We've barely had an adequate opportunity to consult to this, but that said, what is provided to us are several bank statements and a spreadsheet, which obviously the Commission had prepared well in advance of this morning, 6 o'clock. Somebody had done this investigation. We've continuously complained of having documents kept back from us and drip-fed, and this is yet another installment in that. To give background to this, we wrote on the 7th of March and on the 8th of March. I will deal with the correspondence in detail in the postponement application, but essentially on the 7th of March, between those 2 letters, we asked the Commission, because we were being given things, as we said, drip-fed, we asked the Commission to please tell us all of the documents that they intended to use and rely on, and we said, as reluctant as we were, this conduct of the Commission, obviously of the evidence leaders, was going to give rise to a postponement. That is but one aspect of it. What also happened is, you recall yesterday, you were told that there was 1 or 2 pages of documents, additional documents that were found, and our learned friends would not deal with that yesterday, but they would deal with that today. Well, we asked for the documents. They had been sent electronically, I think, whilst we were on our way to the Commission yesterday. Didn't help anybody, certainly not us, when you look at the nature of the financial statements, and we asked for hard copies. At approximately 2 o'clock, 1 copy of this was made available after we had started. At 4 o'clock, we got sufficient copies for our team, and this is what we got. I'm holding it up. It's a file full of hundreds of pages of spreadsheets and detailed analysis that had been done. So we expected to have been sitting here dealing with Mr. Suleiman's evidence yesterday, and I said to you, on the hoof, expected to go through all of this. Clearly, one can just estimate. They literally hundreds of pages, and let me show you, if you can see from where you are, what they look like. The documents look like this. Intense line items of hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands, of transactions. Now, it might be that the Commission says it's not intending to refer to all of those transactions, but we have simply not had an adequate or fair opportunity to deal with this. So I want to deal with all of this formally in an application, and I'd like to stand down to bring that application. I think for current purposes, if we have till 12 o'clock, we should be able to get the application out.
Yes, Mr. Shaskalson.
Chair, there are two separate issues to address here. The first is the hundreds of pages that Mr. Barnes is brandishing around, and the second is the bank statements for 4 months of Tasmika Construction and Medicare. Let me deal with the spreadsheet first. We will not refer to a single one of those pages. We've made that clear to Mr. Karim's team. Why we gave it to them is that there is an infographic on page 505 of the bundle that they've had for some time. What we sent them electronically, and the infographics provides a summary of payments from municipalities in the area in respect of which Mr. Karim is the ANC treasurer, to companies owned by Mr. Karim. And it gives a breakdown of where the 336 million or 332 million that these municipalities have paid to Mr. Karim, where it comes from. The infographic provides a summary. We thought that Mr. Karim would want to know where we got the infographic from, so we gave him a spreadsheet with line items of every single transaction reflecting a payment from one of those municipalities to a company of Mr. Karim, with tabs broken up by company. And we made clear to him we're not going to refer to any of those line items. They are totaled, but if he wants to total them himself just to check that our numbers on the infographic are right, he can do that. If he wants to dispute any of those transactions, he can do that. He had that electronic spreadsheet, which is really the only sensible one.
For how long has Mr. Karim had what you say is at page 505?
505 was served with the rest of the bundle on Friday. The electronic spreadsheet was emailed to him yesterday morning before the commencement of proceedings. It was always explained to him that we are not going to refer to any line items on the electronic spreadsheet. That leaves the bank statements for Tasmika and Medicare that were provided this morning. And the background to their discovery is the following. Yesterday in evidence, Mr. Karim told us for the first time that he had had sight of Medicare bank statements over a period in 2024. This was material that should have been put in a statement, which in turn ought to have been furnished Friday, not last week, but the week before. It wasn't put in the statement, which was furnished 5 days late on Wednesday. So we hear this for the first time yesterday. Following from that, I was going through the Medicare bank statements at 5 o'clock this morning, looking to see what SAPS inflows were there to interrogate the version of Mr. Karim in relation to the terms of his loan agreement and the idea that he was going to get 10% of all SAPS inflows, but he had waived all of that. I wanted to see how much money he had waived. While I was looking for that purpose, I stumbled across the fact that there were 2 substantial payments from Tasmika Construction, another company of Mr. Karim, into Medicare 24, which he didn't mention in his statement, and which I would like to ask him about because he certainly should have mentioned them in his statement. The one payment is a payment of 1 million on the 27th of June 2024. The second payment is a payment of 1.12 million on 7 October 2024. There is no innocent explanation for just overlooking the fact that more than 2 million rands beyond what you have disclosed also happen to be paid. The reason that these documents were made available to his legal team today and not earlier was, first of all, he filed his statement late. Second of all, in his statement, he didn't disclose these payments. Third of all, in his statement, he didn't disclose the fact that he was he had sight of the bank transactions on Medicare 24. If he had honestly performed his obligations in any one of those 3 respects, they would have had these bank statements more than a week ago. So they can't complain about getting them now. And the bank statements really reflect 4 payments, two payments which I've described on both sides. If they want 45 minutes to take an instruction from Mr. Karim, if they want an hour to take an instruction from Mr. Karim, I can understand that. They need to understand what his version is, whether he was concealing them, whether there is an innocent explanation. But an hour is more than enough to do that. They then make the allegation that the contra spreadsheet that we gave them just to show that not only do these numbers match, but in fact, they are shown by FNB to be the same transaction by virtue of the contras. They make the suggestion that we have had that document and withheld it from them. That is a very irresponsible suggestion. What we receive from FNB when we get bank statements from FNB is a list of all the contras. So we have contras for the entire Medicare 24 account, thousands and thousands of transactions. We don't search on that set of transactions for Tasmika construction unless we have reason to search for Tasmika construction. This morning, I had reason to search for Tasmika construction. So I searched for Tasmika construction and identified the two entries that were provided to them this morning. I then copied those two entries into a separate spreadsheet this morning, sometime between 5 and 6, and gave it to them. Nothing has been withheld from them. They received that spreadsheet within 15 minutes of its creation. They can look at the metadata of the spreadsheet. So in our view, they are entitled to a short stand down to take instructions on the documents that they withheld from us and that we have now discovered, or the information that they withheld from us and we have now discovered. They're certainly not entitled to a postponement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shoskowski.
Chair, just to be clear,
Yes,
this
yes.
is not the postponement application. This is a request for a stand-on to prepare the postponement application. The attitude adopted by the Commission leaders is continuously to point fingers to Mr. Karim and his legal team when failings on the part of those evidence leaders are exposed. I'm not going to deal again with the statement being late because that is factually incorrect. But what we are entitled to do is to test what's in the infographic. As our learned friend himself accepts, the infographic is somebody else's creation of a summary. He appreciates that we needed the source documents, yet he put up the infographic, as you point out, as late as Friday afternoon, and with these source documents only coming on Monday morning whilst we were driving to the Commission, or maybe slightly before. So it's no satisfactory answer to say, we will not rely on any one of these documents. You are relying on the infogram, which is the reconstruction or summary of what is contained in here. We are entitled to check that. We are entitled to interrogate the infogram, and we are entitled to interrogate the information that you rely on for that. In relation, and we foreshadowed this yesterday in an attempt to avoid a postponement, which we also alerted the Commission to in the correspondence over the weekend. We said we did not want to apply for a postponement, but if documents and information was going to be withheld, we would be forced to do so. At that stage, we were writing about the transcripts pages. We didn't know what else they had up their sleeve, but we said we confirm, as a result of your failure to provide us with this information, we are compelled to advise that we may be left with no alternative but to seek a postponement to enable us to properly prepare our client on the supplementary bundle now provided. That's the Friday bundle. Yes.
We asked them to specify what
Then, not satisfied that the Commission was playing open cards with us, we wrote on the Sunday, and paragraph 6 of that letter, and we'll make all of this correspondence available in the postponement application. In the circumstances, we require that you unequivocally confirm in writing the following: an itemized list of the exact documents upon which you intend to rely for the purpose of questioning our client. 6.2, confirmation that no documents or information falling outside the scope of those identified documents will be relied upon for our client's appearance. that this correspondence, together with the prior letters referred to, will be placed before the commissioners so that they are fully appraised of the circumstances in which this issue has arisen and the manner in which our client has been required to engage with the process. So, yesterday when we got here, I said to the Commission that we've got these documents, we've not looked through it. In an attempt not to delay, we suggested that we proceed, and if we had if we finished early, I said if we finished by 12 o'clock, it might give us a chance to look at those documents. As matters turned out, we were here past 4 o'clock, got to Santon at 5. People had to go off to break fast and for the evening prayers. So we have not had a sufficient chance to look at this, and it doesn't lie in my learned friend's mouth to say he's not going to refer to it. He's had this, he's produced it, and it's the basis, as you appreciate, Commissioner, that they produced. I think the document page is correct, 501, the infogram. 505, the infogram at 505. In relation to the spreadsheet, we want our learned friends to go on oath to say the spreadsheet was produced only at past 5 o'clock this morning. And we also wish to inquire about what other documents they've had and that they've looked at. Yes, in relation to the issue of Tasmika, our learned friend in his finger pointing, which has become habitual here, suggests that this should have been covered in the statement. Well, we want to remind the evidence leaders of what was asked for in the 10-6 notice of December, the one which superseded all other notices, and in fact they said was the new notice. You'll see in paragraph 2.3, our client is asked to deal with the nature and extent of relationship with a number of entities. There's 6 of them, and when you look at that, you won't find any mention of Tasmika. So we were hardly required to consider or take instructions on Tasmika. But Chair, we have attempted to get on with matters here. The Commission's drip feeding of documents, which we've complained about, has continued right until this morning. There's an overall interest of fairness that has to be applied here. Witnesses can't be expected to deal with things on the roof, or, in our respectful submission, for things to be withheld, whether willingly or unknowingly or unwittingly, and then for us to take instructions on the turn at a very difficult time when people are not readily available at night due to religious commitments, and then to say, well, you can have an hour and just deal with this. It's not the way matters should be conducted. This is highly prejudicial to us, and we do wish to bring a formal application.
Thank you.
Chair, if I can respond on two issues. I'm asked to depose to an affidavit confirming that I
Mr.
made
Bana will have the last
He can have the last, indeed, Chair.
Yes.
I've been asked to depose to an affidavit saying that I created the spreadsheet at between 5 and 6 this morning. I confirm that I created the spreadsheet between 5 and 6 this morning. And that 2-line spreadsheet did not exist prior to 5 and 6, between 5 and 6 this morning. The answer of Mr. Bana is, if Mr. Bana wants to spend 2 days plowing through various line items, his client can, I won't touch that issue today, and his client can come back on Friday. I'm not prepared to make the same tender in respect of the bank statements, because they infect all of the questioning. And there is, with respect, no reason why we should waste today, because those bank statements and those payments were not disclosed. And the client was, the witness was specifically asked to furnish a statement on the nature and extent of his relationship with Medicare 24 Tshwane district. He declined to mention that one of his companies paid over 2 million rands to Medicare Tshwane district. That should have been in the statement on any scenario. So we're here today with this problem because the witness didn't disclose payments aggregating to 2.12 million into Medicare Tshwane district when he was specifically instructed to furnish a statement about the nature and extent of his relationship with Medicare Tshwane district. I accept that the witness now and his legal team now need time to consult, but they don't need time, they don't need days to consult. They can stand down, consult for a reasonable period, maybe an hour, and then we are ready to run. We oppose this suggestion that the matter should be stood down for a postponement application. If it stands down to 12 o'clock for a postponement application, the process itself achieves the postponement.
Please remind me again, which aspect do you say may be pushed to Friday?
The infographic and all of the underlying transactions. If they want to interrogate several thousand transactions, they can do so over the rest of the week. But they don't need the rest of the week to get a version on why payments of 2.12 million rands from Tasmika to Medicare were not disclosed in the statement and what those payments related to.
Thank you, Mr. Chaskalson. Any response?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Firstly, our learned friend concedes that the documents given this morning infect all of the questions. That alone should show how significant they are and why we shouldn't be just given an hour to look at the documents and to deal with that. But secondly, in relation to the point he keeps making, and loosely without referring to what the Commission actually inquired or required, the suggestion that because there was a request to deal with the relationship with Medicare, this should have been disclosed. What was not asked for in the statement is for any of these companies to deal with their relationship with Medicare, let alone Tasmika, who doesn't even feature in the 10.6 notice. The notice at the relevant paragraphs ask Mr. Suleiman Karim personally to provide a statement, and it says the nature of your relationship with Mr. Kat Matlala, Senzo Mchunu, and General Firoz Khan, the role you performed for Mr. Matlala, and then 2.3, the nature and extent of your relationship with the following individuals. There's no mention here of dealings of his many companies with anyone, let alone with Medicare.
Can I ask Mr. Bana, on that last point, if you take that attitude, that there is no mention of explaining the relationship of his companies with Medicare, why does he tell us about the Ziggy 10 million rand payment? Because that is a payment from a company.
Yes.
That he is happy to disclose voluntarily.
Yes.
He disclosed it, and please make me understand why does he not think, or why you think that a disclosure about this later payment now doesn't fall in the same category?
Yes. There are two answers to that, but something else I'm going to make in submission. Firstly, when he deals with Ziggy, Ziggy is specifically mentioned in the 10.6 notice. But secondly, the fact that he might have, in explaining some of these things, dealt with some of the companies. Let's assume Ziggy wasn't there. Doesn't mean, therefore, I'm dealing just with a point to say you should have gone and investigated and disclosed in your statement, Tasmika, the culpability point. I'm saying there's no culpability here for him not dealing with Tasmika.
We are a commission of inquiry, which is fact-finding. We want to know when I think it doesn't sit well for a witness, by the way, a witness of the commission. Everyone unless you have a different understanding of the people that are appearing before us here, they are all called by the commission to come and testify, and Mr. Karim is no different. For me, that's my starting point, and I hope we have a common understanding about that. And when they are called and they are asked questions or they are asked to address issues, the expectation is they will not be technical. They will not rely on, I will not say that with the commission doesn't know. They've asked me to come and explain my relationship with Medicare. If he speaks to Ziggy clearly, even if the notice from the commission mentions Ziggy, it's clear from that, I would have thought, that the commission is interested in the entities, that he's got his personal relationship and his entities. And if he intended to be open with the commission, I would have expected that he would speak to all the entities, including ones that are not mentioned in that notice, because he accepts that he's being called to come and assist us
No.
to determine the facts.
No, there's a false basis of what you're putting to me, a false premise. The witness is guided by what he's required to deal with in the summons and in the notice.
And
He
now
can't
he's
be-
here, okay, and now
Can-
he's
can
here.
Can I finish my
Okay, let me
submission?
just clarify myself so that when you finish your story, you can address what I'm wanting to clarify, because you're doing this for my benefit, not for your benefit. It's to help me understand what it is we are dealing with here. The witness is called here to come and assist us in our fact-gathering process. A company is mentioned because that's what we know, what the evidence leaders have found a company through whatever investigative processes. The witness knows something else that relates to the very same question, the relationship with Medicare. He knows something else, and he chooses to hold it back. That, to me, is not a witness who's coming to assist the commission. It is catch me if you can, kind of. When in fact, the interest of the commission is to find out what are the facts that this witness knows or that he has in his possession about the relationship with Medicare.
Yes. The witness is not going to take a technical attitude to say, I'm not going to testify to this. What we are discussing is why issues were not in the statement. Now, you may take that position, and that's your view, that that the witness was obliged to deal with matters not stipulated in the notice or the summons. My submission to you is that that's an incorrect view. But be that as it may, it's unfair for you to make the judgment now that he chose to hold back documents when his attention wasn't directed to that. These are transactions that go back several years. This is a witness who deals in companies that have many transactions. So the premise to say he had a duty, even though there's no mention of Tasmika there, to deal with Tasmika, and the fact that he doesn't, that you can put to me that he chose to hold this back, is simply incorrect. But all of this goes to no more than the criticism to say it should have been in the statement. We say that's an unfair criticism. Our learned friend can ask the questions. We are not taking a technical attitude that because it wasn't there, you're not entitled to ask the questions. But I do that to neutralize the criticism that this had to be dealt with in the statement. And that criticism is simply an excuse for the Commission having produced this at a late stage. Those are my submissions.
Mr. Bana, my colleague Commissioner Baloyi came in when I also wanted to come in and also to raise a similar point. Mr. Karim himself seems to treat his companies basically either as the same entity, as it were. I know you're going to raise the legal point that they simply cannot be. But look at who was supposed to loan the money. It was Ziki. But I think the money did not come from... Yes, some of it came from Tamiz. And also I think the payment back, was it not to Tamiz as well? Even the payment was not to Ziggy, but to Tamiz. So he himself is treating his companies in sort of a jumble, as it were. So it seems highly technical, as Commissioner Baloyi suggests, for Mr. Karim to now adopt through you this technical legal position that no, we are dealing with separate legal entities. Tamiz is separate from Ziggy, Ziggy is separate from Tamiz, and Tamiz, or rather, and both of them are separate from Tasmika. That, to me, in the circumstances of what has been happening here, is, I feel, subject to what you say, is highly, highly technical.
Yes. Chair, we're not suggesting, and I take your point that he's not always kept the distinctions clear. All we're suggesting is that the criticism that he deliberately withheld information from his statement is not one that can be made. And if that is going to be advanced, and particularly listening to the debate with the commissioners, it's all the more reason why we need time to deal with this carefully and properly. Because you are going to draw inferences. We can see that happening already from aspects which we say you should not. But the point I'm making is this. We don't suggest that he's not entitled to be questioned. Your point is correct that he doesn't always keep a strict distinction. But the submission goes to the criticism that somehow all of these entities that are not mentioned in the statement, I say all, but what applies in respect of Tasmika would apply to his other entities, somehow created an obligation on him to deal with whatever was done internally or otherwise, we don't know, between those companies and himself or Ziggy.
Something else altogether, I don't know if Commissioner Khumalo wanted to come in on the same issue, something different altogether. What's your position with regard to the separation suggested by Mr. Shaskalsin? That is issues relating to, is it the infographic? And the schedule. If those are pushed over to Friday, and that everything else be dealt with today's
Chair,
day.
firstly, we're not available on Friday. I'm in the High Court on a matter, and I haven't canvassed my legal team's availability, but Mr. Karim has me here representing him for this leg, so I'm not available on Friday. But we're happy to agree a date as soon as possible that suits diaries. We say there's no prejudice in holding over all of this to when Mr. Karim comes back. It's clear his evidence can't be completed today. It's clear that with the stand on, we in any case going to eat up into a substantial portion of today. My learned friend suggests a 45-minute or a 1-hour stand down. It's not in his mouth to suggest that. I don't know how long I'm going to need, but I'm going to do this carefully, and I'm going to take proper time to do so.
If we are not inclined to adjourn so that you should prepare a postponement application, if our inclination is to give you time to consult, what time would you suggest? Mr. Shaskalsin has suggested 45 minutes to an hour. What would you suggest?
Chair, I think at least 2 hours, and I'll come back to you if I need more time. But I do want to say, it seems then that you've prejudged an application that
Mr. Bana, I take strong exception to that.
No.
You know, and you are an experienced counsel, you know that people presiding, let me use the court, the example of courts, you know that judges will engage you during argument, engage you to an extent that you will think they are against you. But in the end, you are surprised that the judgment is in your favor. Engaging counsel has nothing to do with matters being prejudged, and you know that. I take very strong exception to that attitude.
I don't think...
In fact, I find it unprofessional for you to say that I have prejudged issues purely because I'm engaging you. I take strong exception to that.
I don't think that you should take exception. And
I do.
Can I respond, Chair? What you put to me was that you weren't going to allow an opportunity for the postponement application.
I did not. I did not say I am not. I never said so. We can play back the tape. We can play back the recording.
Then I was mistaken.
So that is, I can actually, to be rough, I can say you are lying.
No, then I was mistaken. I understood you to say that you were not prepared to allow a stand down for the postponement application to be brought, but you were ready to consider the stand down to deal with the documents. If I was mistaken in that, then I'm mistaken, but that is clearly how I understood it.
You definitely are. I did not. It was an if situation, which arises all the time during argument.
Then I accept that.
Thank you. And you apologize for what you said, because you basically suggested impropriety on my part that I've prejudged issues whilst the matter is being debated. Are you tendering an apology for that?
Yes, if I misunderstood it, then I tender an apology. But as you say, the record will indicate, and my recollection is that you said if you are not prepared.
So you are
to
tendering a
acknowledge-
qualified apology, a conditional apology.
Chair, if I'm
You
mistaken,
are tendering a
if I'm mistaken,
conditional-
I apologize, but that's not what I heard.
You are saying if the recording can what, so you are tendering a
It's
conditional
what you put to
apology.
me as well, that the recording will reflect what happens. What's good for you is good for me.
So I'm not accepting the so-called apology. Thank you very much. Any further submissions?
No, I did say if I misunderstood, I
I'm saying I'm
apologize.
not, let's step off that. I'm saying I'm not accepting it. So let's step off that. Any further submissions?
No further.
Thank you very much. We will take a short adjournment. We'll indicate when we are ready.
Thank you, Chair. May I just say the apology is unconditional. I did not hear the if when you made the statement, and what you correctly pointed out is you said, if we are not inclined to adjourn. And I understood that you said you were not inclined to adjourn, so the apology is unconditional.
Now the apology is accepted, Mr. Bana.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We have considered what you submitted, Mr. Bana, and also the responses by Mr. Shaskalsin. Our decision is to afford you and your team an opportunity to consult with Mr. Karim. At this stage, not necessarily on the aspect relating to the infographic and what is it, or rather, and the documents you showed us earlier this morning. So that will have to stand over to some other day. And seeing that you said you are not available on Friday, then dates will have to be discussed between you and Mr. Shaskalsin with regard to that outstanding issue. As for the rest, the decision is to give you time until 11:45 to consult with Mr. Karim. At 11:45, we proceed with the hearing. Let's adjourn until 11:45.
Just for clarity, so we don't misunderstand, is the direction that you're going to proceed with him, and we are not entitled to bring an application for a postponement?
Yes, that's the effect of it. Yes. Let's adjourn until 11:45.
that Ziggy had with Medicare 24. And then there were the details of the accountant who instructed that Mr. Matlala should pay Tamiz, not Ziggy. And lastly, we wanted to hear back from him after he'd consulted with his attorneys in relation to accessing his WhatsApps from 2024, 2025 with Mr. Mokgotsi and Mr. Matlala. I wonder if we can just get a response on the record from his legal team in that regard.
Mr. Bana?
I think we can just ask, you can just go through it with the witness and you'll hear it from him firsthand.
Sorry, if we can go through the...
Yes, he hasn't been able to get the two agreements. He needs to go to Mafeking. He'll tell you the name of the accountant. I've forgotten the name. And he'll also tell you the position with his messages.
Thanks, Mr. Karim. Can we take them one by one, and can you just explain to me what the position is? The first is the draft agreement with Medicare 24.
Yeah, it's two documents. Medicare, we can deal with the two.
Okay, the Medicare 24 and...
Yeah, those documents are in my gang. At the moment, my offices are closed because of the threats. So I have those documents. Once those threats just subside, my office is working remotely now. My people are working remotely. But those documents will be made available as soon as I get to Mafeking, as soon as it just comes down, maybe in the next week and a half.
Thank you. So that's both the Mamela agreement relating to Chrome Core and
Yes.
the draft agreement with Medicare 24.
Yes. Yes.
Then the accountant who advised you in relation to payments from Mr. Matlala.
My legal team will send an email to the instructing attorneys with the email address and the contact details. You can just send your request there.
Thank you very much. And then lastly, the issue of WhatsApps with Mr. Mokgotsi and Mr. Mamela in 2024 and 2025.
I've checked my iCloud. I don't do backups. I don't have any chats on my current cell phone from then.
So your WhatsApps for that period are not available?
I don't have backup, so they don't back up, and I changed my phone.
And would you give us your authority to approach Apple so that Apple can search on their backups?
I'll speak to my legal team about that, and they'll revert to you.
Thank you. When we left off yesterday, we were dealing with the payments to Mr. Mamela or to Lutaga for Mr. Mamela that were made by Tamiz from the proceeds of payments from Medicare. Now, at the time that you entered, I want to stay with the issue of Mr. Mamela for a while. At the time that you started this business relationship with Mr. Matlala, I assume that you were aware that Mr. Mamela had been a business associate of Mr. Matlala.
At that point, he didn't disclose that to me.
No, but you'd read articles we discussed earlier that from, I think it was April 2024, you'd read articles about allegations in relation to Mr. Mamela and Mr. Matlala at Tembisa Hospital.
Yes, we never discussed those relations. He never brought Mr. Matlala up to me.
No, yes, but I'm asking, were you aware that there was a business relationship between the two of them?
At that point, I saw articles, but there was no direct link between them.
I see. So all you knew is what you had read in the press about them.
That's correct.
Did you, at any other stage, find out about business relationships between Mr. Matlala and Mr. Mamela?
When I concluded the agreement, or when we had the handshake or the verbal agreement with Mr. Matlala in June, around August, I then asked Mr. Mamela, look, you've never raised Mr. Matlala with me. Is are you and Mr. Matlala associates? What is the issue? He then said to me, yes, we are. So I asked him, but you never told me this. He said, yeah, look, I don't think it was important for you to have met this man through me. And that was his stance. He said, look, I didn't want to introduce you to Mr. Matlala. I said, why? He just said, no, I didn't want to introduce you to Mr. Matlala.
At a certain point, Mr. Matlala must have established that you and Mr. Mamela knew each other.
Not that he told me off, unless Mr. Mamela discussed it with him.
Well, your Morgan sorted email suggests that he knows that you know who Morgan is.
Yes, remember, he then said, I must make a payment to Morgan Mamela.
And at that point, did he not know that you knew Mr. Mamela?
Well, he also played to me as if he didn't know that me and Mr. Mamela are friends.
So, from your perspective, someone was asking you to make a payment to a third party who, as far as you were aware, they regarded as a complete stranger to you. So when you were asked to pay Mr. Mamela, Mr. Matlala didn't give any indication that he knew that you and Mr. Mamela were friends?
No, between the two of them, and I observed this, they did not raise how deep their relationship was to me. They did not.
But Mr. Mamela was also calling you at the same time and pressurizing you to get Mr. Matlala to pay him. What was he saying in that regard?
No, he said he's asked this man to give him money, so this man needs to pay him this monies. He's aware that this man is going to pay me, and I should then please give him the money once I receive it.
So, but by this stage, this is after August 2024. It's well after August 2024. It's February 2025. So by this stage, you have discussed with Mr. Mamela that you're now in business with Mr. Matlala. And he said, well, I didn't think it was important for me to introduce you. Didn't want to introduce you to him. But he now, in February, starts calling you and saying, Mr. Matlala is going to pay you, you must pay me. Is that what happened?
They had an arrangement, or Mr. Matlala, he asked to borrow money from Mr. Matlala. I don't know what it was exactly. But according to him, Mr. Matlala needed to pay him. Either money is owed or money is borrowed. I just can't remember what it was, but yes.
So you can't remember whether this was money that was being borrowed or money that was being paid out as an amount due to Mr. Mamela?
Yes, it's either a loan, I can't remember.
Can I take you to some other chats in relation to yourself, Mr. Matlala, and Mr. Mamela? Do you recall in January 2025 there was an exchange between you and Mr. Mamela? Sorry, and Mr. Matlala, in which he asked you to check how far payment was?
Can we go to that document?
Yes, we can. The document is on page 4.
Page 4 of, okay.
Pile 1, the evidence bundle.
Yes.
And we went through this yesterday. You get called on the 30th of January by Mr. Matlala, Salam brother, can you please check with your guys how far is the payment? You come back saying checking. He says, and you say we'll revert. He says, okay, thanks. Next morning, You say, morning, they say payment is done, I'm waiting for the remittance. If we go at this point to page 538, that's file 2.
Sorry, I'm just struggling here. One
No
second.
problem.
Five,
538.
I'm on 414407.
Does your file not go to 538? File 2? Possibly in a supplementary file?
Yeah,
So at 538, we see that on the same day, the 31st of January, after you've said, I'm waiting for the remittance, and in fact, after Mr. Madlanga has responded, okay, I'll be waiting, and has asked you, you're winning with the remittance, which was at 15:15 on the 31st of January. A minute later, he sends a screenshot of that chat to Mr. Mamela. You see that?
Yes,
this
I
is,
see
This
that.
is his chat with Mr. Mamela.
yes.
And the date is the 31st, and the time is 15:16:10. So he is copying his chat with you to Mr. Mamela.
I have no idea why you do that.
Well, let's go further. If we go back to page 5, you see 40 seconds after he sent the screenshot to Mr. Mamela, which ends with you winning the remittance, you winning with the remittance, you responded, not yet. He sent that screenshot at 15:16:10. You respond at 15:16:52, 42 seconds later. And then you say, the lady and sisters paid, I'm just waiting for some proof. We go back to 539, and we see that after you have answered his question, you're winning with a remittance, and you've said, not yet, the lady and sisters paid, I'm just waiting for some proof. He emails that chat to Mr. Mamela. So he's now emailed to Mr. Mamela an updated version of his chat with you.
Emailed or?
WhatsApp.
WhatsApp, yes.
WhatsApp. And straight after WhatsApping to Mr. Mamela at 15:29:23, we go back to 5. He says at 15:29:46, he says to you, okay, we'll see when it appears in the account.
Yes,
So he's having a conversation with you, and he is essentially copying that conversation as it develops to Mr. Mamela.
I see that, yes.
And you have no idea why he would be
I
doing that.
have no idea. It's the first time I'm seeing this. I don't know why I would take my chats and pass them over to Mr. Mamela.
I see. Let's look at a second instance of this. Can we go to page 11? And there we see at the top of page 11 on the 18th of March, at 10:22 and 10:23, there are calls from Mr. Madlanga to you. And at 10:40, you respond saying, "Salam, I'll call you at 12." And he immediately responds to you at 10:41, saying WLKM SLM, which I understand to be wa alaikum salam.
Yes.
If we then go to 5:44, we see that as soon as he has said wa alaikum salam to you, he again WhatsApps a screenshot of that chat, which just shows 2 empty voice calls, "Salam, I'll call you at 12, wa alaikum salam," to Mr. Mamela. And if we go down, we see at 10:41:43 there is an immediate response from Mr. Mamela. He calls Mr. Madlanga back. You see that?
Yes.
Do you have any idea what you were discussing on 18 March 2025 that may have been of such importance that Mr. Mamela wanted to screenshot that exchange? Sorry, Mr. Madlanga wanted to screenshot that exchange to Mr. Mamela, and Mr. Mamela immediately responded to the screenshot of what just says voice call, salam, I'll call you at 12. He immediately responded. Any recollection of what you would have been talking about on 18 March?
No, I don't know why he was sending Mr. Mamela my screenshots. I can't recall of anything important that we were discussing with Mr. Madlanga.
Well, let me try to jog your memory. If you go to 5:43, you will see that almost immediately after your voice calls with Mr. Madlanga, which were at 10:22, those voice calls that we just saw on the screenshot, a series of visitor codes to Zimbali Estate. Well, were WhatsApped from Mr. Mamela to Mr. Madlanga. That help you remember anything?
No, I don't know. I don't know why he was sending him Zimbali. I've never been in, at this point I was not even in Zimbali.
You weren't in Zimbali?
Yes, yes.
No.
But I don't know why he was sending him these.
No, he wasn't sending them to you.
Yes, he was sending them to, yes. So,
Mr. Mamela sends them to Mr. Madlanga.
Agreed, but I have no idea why these were sent.
Okay. Well, the evidence will be that one of these entrance codes that Mr. Mamela sent to Mr. Madlanga immediately before those calls, those voice calls to you that were then screenshot and WhatsApped to Mr. Mamela, one of those entrance codes was forwarded by Mr. Madlanga to General Cele and was then used by General Cele to enter the Zimbali estate. So at 10:41, when Mr. Madlanga WhatsApped Mr. Mamela your exchanges, saying that you would call at 12, it seems that they knew that Mr. Madlanga was likely to be meeting with General Cele at the time. Was any of this discussed with you?
No, nothing. I know nothing about this. Any meetings, I knew nothing about this. Not at all.
You didn't know about that.
Not at all.
And in due course, you did call back at 12:28. We see that at 11. Go back to page 11.
Yes. Yes.
And you have no recollection of what transpired in that call.
I can't recall what we were talking about, but
And no one mentioned anything about General Cele to you.
I knew nothing about this meeting.
But what it does appear is that Mr. Maumela and Mr. Madlanga knew that Mr. Madlanga would be meeting with General Cele at the time that you were likely to call. And they didn't seem to make any attempt to stop your call. Have any comment on that?
Yes, but it was definitely not related to General Kelly. I did not know about this meeting. Not
You
at
didn't
all.
know about that.
No, I did not know about this meeting.
Let's go to another issue in relation to Mr. Maumela. In your witness statement at page 5, paragraph 47, you talk about that interdict.
What paragraph?
Paragraph 47, page 9 of the witness statement.
You said 5.
I apologize, page 9.
Page?
Page 9.
File 1.
Perhaps,
Of the witness statement file.
Sorry, Mr. Shaskalsin, I see from the heading it's a totally different subject. May I just ask 2 or so questions around the issue of the payment? Mr. Karim, you'll remember that yesterday I asked you, and I think Commissioner Baloyi also asked you questions along the same lines. I asked you as to why Mr. Madlanga had not paid directly to Mr. Maumela. And I think you didn't really have an explanation for that. Am I correct?
No, I did, Counsel.
You did? All right. What was
I
the
did,
explanation?
Commissioner.
I'm sorry.
No,
I'm sorry.
I said he insisted. And I said to him on numerous occasions, you can do it yourself. You can pay this money.
Yes.
Why do you want me to pay this money? He said, look, you need to help me. You need to pay this money. I'm under pressure. I need to pay him this money. And that was the explanation that he gave me.
That's not really an explanation. That's just an insistence that you must do it instead of him. So it doesn't really explain why you and not him. So I guess that's why I was saying, and you didn't really have an explanation.
Yes.
Yes. Now, it seems to me that this gets complicated in the sense that Mr. Maumela, I'll paraphrase, of course, I will not use the exact words that you used. You said something like, Mr. Maumela said to you, this man had to pay him, and that you must pay him after you've been paid. Am I correct? Is my paraphrase correct?
No, I'm saying the arrangement was between them. And once Mr. Madlanga,
I'm talking about, am I correct that there was communication between you and Mr. Maumela in relation to the payment? Am I
yes, but
correct?
before that, him and Mr. Madlanga were discussing the payment.
Yeah. But now I'm talking about...
Me and Mr. Maumela, yes.
Yes. And as I say, I mean, I took cryptic notes, but what I captured was you said something like this man being Mr. Madlanga, must pay must pay Mr. Maumela. And also that once you have received payment from Mr. Madlanga, you must then pay Mr. Maumela. Am I correct?
Correct.
Yes. So I'm saying this, in a sense, gets complicated in addition to the questions I asked yesterday. I'm wondering, in my mind, Mr. Maumela already knows that he's going to be paid out of monies that have been paid to you. And I'm wondering, why is he not saying to Mr. Madlanga, pay me? And did you ask, why must it be this secateurs? Why must it, instead of the direct payment, let me, as Mr. Karim, just get my money, and that's it. I have nothing to do with you. Get your money directly from Mr. Madlanga. Do you have any idea why it had to be secateurs?
Like I said, Commissioner, I kept on saying to them.
Now I'm addressing between you and Mr. Maumela now.
It had to go. I agree that rightfully Mr. Madlanga had to pay him, but like I said, they put me under pressure for me to have paid him. And I think I didn't refer to a document yesterday. And if I can just take you to this document on the messages.
Yes.
So he wanted me to pay him, and at the same time, if we can just go to the messages.
Which page?
When he called me to make this payment, he then called me and said, look, I've got more invoices in. I think those invoices.
You are talking Mr. Madlanga?
Yeah, Mr. Madlanga.
Yes.
So in order for him to make me or to force me to pay, he said to me, there's another 13 million rand going to be paid. So please, if you can pay this, and I'll see you good on the next payment. Because at that point, I was still asking, why don't you pay it directly? You can't pay it directly. He said, no, you must pay him. Please help me pay.
It would have been much, much easier and quicker for Mr. Madlanga to pay directly to Mr. Maumela. I'm sure you would agree.
Yes, I agree. But
Yes, yes. And did you ask Mr. Maumela why the payment had to be secateurs?
according to him, he said that was the instructions from Mr. Madlanga that the payment will come via me.
But did you ask Mr. Maumela?
Yes, I asked him, why don't you ask Mr. Madlanga to pay
To
you?
pay you
Yes, to
directly.
pay you. Why is he paying me? He said, no, Mr. Madlanga said, you're going to make the payment, so that's why I'm calling you. Please, when you receive this money, make my payment.
But that doesn't answer the question, but why me instead of directly? Did you ask that?
I've asked him. Like I've said, I've asked Mr. Maumela, Mr. Maumela.
Yeah, you see, thing is, being told that Mr. Madlanga said he will pay you and you will pay me doesn't answer the question, but why is the payment not direct? Do you get what I mean?
Yes,
Did you ask why is the payment not
I
direct?
did ask. I just didn't get a response from Mr. Madlanga was just insistent. He would just be insistent. He would say, please, you just have to do this. He would not even give a reason. And I asked him, you can make this payment directly. You don't need me to pay him. Why must I pay him? And he gave Mr. Maumela the same story and said, just call Karim and tell Karim to make the payment once he
So
gets it.
you basically have no explanation from Mr. Madlanga. You also have no explanation from Mr. Maumela. Did you not become suspicious of all this?
No, Mr. Madlanga's explanation, like I said, he either owed, I can't remember correctly, either owed or loaned, something to that effect.
Earlier I asked you, and what you said was not really an explanation, and I said to you in so many words when we commenced with this debate, I said, but that was not an explanation.
Yes, he didn't give me an explanation,
So,
Commissioner.
yeah, so my question then is, you have no explanation from Mr. Madlanga, you have no explanation from Mr. Maumela. Did you not become suspicious about this secretary's mode of payment and why it had to be so?
Yes, I did, but like I said, on Mr. Madlanga's instructions, there was more money to come. So I didn't want to upset him so that I don't get money on the next payment.
So you say you did have a suspicion. What was that suspicion?
No, the suspicion was that why would he not pay directly? Why
What
would he
was-
want to pay me?
What
And
was the nature of the suspicion that
No,
you
I
had?
just-
What did you suspect?
No, I just suspected between the two of them, why were they using me? They could have just dealt directly. And then Mr. Matlala then says to me, look, there's another payment coming in of 13 million. I'll see you good there, so please just do this for me, and when the next payment comes in, I'll sort you out.
And then despite that suspicion, you just went ahead and paid as requested by Mr. Matlala.
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
You were referring to the chats. Are you referring to the chats of the Morgan sorted payment, which are on page 7?
No. Can we just go back to your question? We were busy with, we were busy with the chats.
No, I'm just following up on the question the chair's asked you at this stage and your answer to the chair. So you said at the start of your answer you wanted to refer to the chats, and you talked about a call that you had with Mr. Matlala, and if I understood your evidence correctly, that was the call where Mr. Matlala said, just do this and now there's more money coming, I'll pay you out of the next payment.
Yes, I was going back to the issues of, I think, was it the chats between Morgan and between Mr. Maumela and Mr. Matlala.
Which chat? So there was the chat in relation to invoicing at the end of January, and then there was the chat that happened to be on the same day that Mr. Matlala met General Cele at Mr. Maumela's house in Zimbabwe. Which of those chats were you referring to?
Now, I wanted to go back to where Mr. Matlala then sends me a payment screenshot on the 7th of March.
Look
But
look at page 6. Is that the screenshot you're looking for? The one that shows the payments that are going to reflect on the 4th?
No, I was going to the one of the 7th of March on page 8,
Yes.
where he mentioned to me that these payments are coming, and then he then sends me the screenshot of those payments coming.
And what were you, I just didn't understand your reference to it. What
No,
were you
I was just trying
wanting
to say
point out?
that the reason I made that payment was because he dangled this in front of me and said, here's more money coming, make this payment for me.
But which payment are we talking about now?
I'm saying he knew already I'm talking about here when we go back to the 4th of Feb.
Yes,
That's the first payment.
yes. But that screenshot is sent to you on the 7th of March after you paid, sometime after you paid 500,000 rands to Mr. Maumela.
Yes,
And the
but I'm
screenshot
saying,
itself-
sorry, Council, I'm saying he knew about this payment then already. So he called me about this payment of 13 million and said, there's a payment of 13 million coming. And I was like, can you send me something? And as time went on, I said to him, you said I must pay Mr. Maumela and there's money coming. You have to reimburse my money. That's when he sent me this screenshot to try and convince me in March that money is coming.
But then after you've seen that screenshot, he asks you to pay more to Mr. Maumela.
Yes, another 250.
Yes, and you do.
Yes, because he then says to me, I'm giving you money, here's money coming. If you can recall, Council, yesterday I said the initial amount they wanted me to pay was 750. which I refused on that first payment.
Yes, I understand that, but if I understood your evidence correctly now, what you were saying is he offered you the prospect of more money coming so that you could pay Mr. Maumela the 500 that you'd now agreed to pay, and he would give you back that 500 and more with your further payments.
Yes, he said that, but he didn't give it back to me.
Yes, but then why in the face of that, when the next payment comes through and is only 1 million, so you're now in a net position where that payment is really only 500,000 because 500,000 of it really has already been paid by you to Mr. Maumela. Why do you go ahead and then pay half of your net proceeds to Mr. Maumela, 250?
It was 250 from a million, so it was not half,
No,
it was a
but
quarter.
500 of the million, 500 of the million was what you were owed from the first payment, was it not?
Yes, when I asked him, he then said to me, I'll make a follow-up payment, which didn't happen. And then he then said to me, I think if we can go to page 9, is it the 10th of March? This was the 7th. There's another one here also related to payments.
Are you talking about the screen at 1743 on the 10th of March?
Yeah, at the bottom there. He then says to me, no, that's still coming in. That will be still in the system and I'll see you good.
Mr. Karim, I don't want to traverse ground that we traversed yesterday, but when we dealt with this stuff yesterday, I put it to you that you don't strike me, one, as a naive businessman, two, as a businessman who lets people walk all over you. And your response to that, and I must say, I was convinced, I found it an honest response and a response that I accepted, was yes, but I now was a bit scared because I had seen press reports and I had seen press reports. I didn't know if they were true or not, but I was scared. They may have been true. I wanted to protect my family and myself. Now, is that what your evidence is? Is your evidence that you paid Mr. Maumela the 500 and the 250 principally because you were scared not to comply with what Mr. Matlala was telling you to do?
Yes, I was, Council.
Because then I think let's just be clear about that. And promises of future money and the like, they're not really convincing. And I can accept that answer. I would also have been scared.
Okay, thank you.
But I now want to go back to the Maumela relationship. And if we go to page 9 of your statement, you talk about this Brown Mokgotsi Foundation interdict.
Yes.
And you say at paragraph 47, Brown approached me for financial assistance regarding litigation to review and set aside a tender that was prejudicing the people of the Northwest. I agreed to assist them financially because businesses in the Northwest are consistently overlooked when tenders are awarded, despite tender documents that award points to Northwest-based business. This doesn't contribute to economic growth from the Northwest. I'm from the Northwest, and this is a matter I care deeply about. So what you're saying is that the contribution to the Brown, your funding of the Brown Mokgotsi Foundation interdict was really because you're wanting Northwest money to stay in the Northwest.
That's correct.
Now, if we go to page 507, we see that although the litigant in this case was the Brown Mokgotsi Foundation, your payments didn't go to the Brown Mokgotsi Foundation, they went to Gotle Specialists. Is there a reason why you didn't pay the litigant? You paid, as it were, the principal officer of the litigant's wife, or the wife of the principal officer of the litigant. Why were these payments channeled through Gotle? Why did they not go straight to Brown Mokhotsi Foundation or indeed to the attorneys?
Brown Mokhotsi Foundation didn't have a bank account, according to what Mr. Mokhotsi said. He then asked me to please put these funds into Gotle Specialist and that he would transfer them to the attorneys, Tao Matsimela attorneys.
So this was an indirect payment which was made because you understood that Brown Mokhotsi Foundation didn't have a bank account.
That's what he told me.
That's what you'd been told. Why didn't you pay directly to the attorneys?
Because I needed to show, Brown said to me they are going to refund me this money. He was approached by a few business forums, and together they would then refund this money at a later stage. So I then agreed to give it via his vehicle that he chose so that he can be the responsible person.
Now, if we go to page 511, we see the judgment in the case. It's a judgment of Brown Mokhotsi Foundation versus MEC for Health and Mediware. Mediware was the successful tenderer that was interdicted. Is that correct?
Counsel, if you go into my statement, I clearly say there, I said to Brown, I'll assist them, but I don't want to be part of the litigation. So I'm not aware, I don't know about Mediware and who he was taking to court.
So you would assist, you weren't even aware that whether Mediware was a local company or not?
No, I did not get involved in the actual litigation. I said to him, I don't want to be part of the litigation, and they went ahead with this. I was not party to this.
So you put up funds for litigation to protect local businesses without even knowing whether the successful bidder was a local business?
Like I said, I did not want to be part of the litigation, so I did not want to check I did not even check who's going to court, who's not going to court.
But Mr. Karam, considering what you say in your statement, the reason for providing financial assistance is to make sure that business stays in the Northwest. I would expect that you would have looked at who is the winning bidder, because your interests, your declared interest in paragraph 48 is to make sure that that kind of business stays in the Northwest.
Yes, he approached me. He didn't give me details. He just said to me, there's these business forums. There were 3 or 4 business forums with him on the day of the meeting. They all requested that I assist them. And I said, okay, it's fine, I'll assist you, but I don't want to be part of the litigation. I'll assist you and you guys can then proceed. And they then agreed with Brown that they'll use his foundation.
Yes. No, I've heard you say you didn't want to be involved in the litigation. I've heard that part. I'm asking a different question, following up on what Mr. Chaskalson is discussing with you, that in paragraph 48, you say you provide assistance because you want business to stay in the Northwest. It must be business granted to Northwest-based businesses. That's what you say. So what I'm putting to you is that you surely would have satisfied yourself that this is the winning bidder is not a Northwest business.
Brown just told me it's a company from outside. I agreed with him and I assisted them with the funds.
So you knew it was a company from outside?
That's what he told me.
Yes, so you knew that?
That's
from what Brown told you?
Well, from what Brown told me, yes.
Thank you.
I knew that.
Now, did Brown ever meet with you and Mr. Mamela?
No.
You say no. Because after your evidence yesterday, Mr. Mokhotsi called us up and said he had in fact met with you and Mr. Mamela shortly after this tender. You have no recollection of that?
No.
You have no recollection or you deny? that meeting
I
happened?
did not meet with Mr. Maumela and Mr. Mokgotsi.
Okay.
So you deny that such a meeting took place?
Yes,
Do you know who Alu Construction is, A-L-O-O?
no.
Can I take you to page 399? Maybe 398 is where to start. And the document on 398 is the preservation order that SARS obtained against Mr. Maumela. If you go down to 399, you see that the 11th respondent on that preservation order was Alu Construction.
Yes, I see that.
Now, Alu Construction is alleged in this preservation application to be a company of Mr. Maumela. Were you aware of that?
No.
You weren't. Alu Construction was also one of the losing bidders in the Mediware tender that you funded, that was interdicted with your money. Were you aware of that?
No.
You see, Mr. Karim, I find this quite difficult to believe because this interdict is an interdict that is funded over the period August and September. Well, let's go back to the dates. Your payments, your first payment comes in on the 10th of August,
Which document?
page 507. Your first payment to Gotle is on the 10th of August, and your second payment is on the 19th of September.
Yes, I see that.
You see that? Now, your evidence yesterday was that over the period August to October 2023, you and Mr. Maumela were busy putting together a joint venture in a chrome mining operation. You recall that?
Yes.
And you'd already become friends because you purchased his house the previous year in 2022.
Yes.
So, what you're saying to us today is that in August and September 2023, you put up funds to interdict the award of a tender to a party other than Mr. Maumela's company who had lost the tender, and you successfully interdicted that, or your funds successfully contributed to the interdicting of that award. You were engaged in a joint venture with Mr. Maumela at the same time, a 50 million rand joint venture about a chrome mine. You had become friends because he had sold the house to you. But you had no idea that this interdict that you were running in the Northwest just happened to assist his company, Alu Construction, to have another attempt at winning the tender. Is that your evidence?
Yes.
I'm afraid I have to put it to you that that evidence is false.
No, sir, that's not what happened.
So Mr. Maumela never mentioned to you that in your backyard he was bidding for a contract with the Department of Health.
No, he didn't.
And you just weren't aware when you put up this money to fund the litigation that just happened to be of great assistance to Mr. Maumela, that you were helping out your good friend and current business partner. You weren't aware?
No.
I see. I'm going to move away from Mr. Mamela now, so if there are any questions that anybody wants to ask, well, then let me move. Can we go back now to discuss your arrangements with Mr. Madlanga around the Medicare contract? You deal with them in your statement from paragraph sorry, if you can just bear with me for a minute.
Sorry, can we put file 2 away? We need to make some space here. It gets a bit...
Yes, we can. We might need to come back to. We might need to come back to file 2. I think about 10, 15 minutes. The version in your statement about your arrangement with Mr. Madlanga was that this was, and it's in paragraphs 11 and 12 on page 3 of your statement. It was a relatively simple agreement. You advanced 10 million. You will be repaid, you'll get a return of an additional 10 million over the 3-year contract, and repayments will take the form of 10% of all payments. And you explain the monies that you advanced in respect of that agreement. That was the version in the statement. You said that you had no relationship with Mr. Madlanga, or no commercial relationship with Mr. Madlanga before. So you were dealing with him in a commercial context for the very first time.
Yes.
Yes. And he made an unsolicited approach to you for the money.
And
An unsolicited approach to you. It's not that you approached him, he approached you.
he approached me, yes.
And on what? How did he introduce himself? How did he say he came to you?
I explained that yesterday, Council.
Yes. You just say he knew you from the security industry and he arrived up in a Rolls Royce.
No. I said he contacted one of my security personnel who's on the website and requested my number there.
Yes. So it was, he knew you from the security industry, which is how he at any rate said that he came to you. You took no security for your loan, the 10 million that you were lending. There was no security.
No.
No. You didn't conclude a written contract in respect of the loan. We've covered this yesterday. I'm just setting out the curious features of this. That was the version that we saw in the statement. But it turned out that the statement didn't describe the whole story because you amplified considerably in your evidence. Your first piece of amplification was that you explained that for a while Mr. Madlanga asked you for help with an accountant.
And that was much later into the contract, much later. It was around October.
October. So he asked you for help with an accountant to assist him with his business, and that was in October.
End of October, yeah.
Yes. But you didn't mention that in your statement.
Yeah, that was not in my statement. Yes.
Is there any reason why you didn't mention it?
No, there's no reason.
And you said that you had Mr. Mohammed sitting on a board committee of Medicare 2024 for a while to look after your interests.
It wasn't on the board. It was a finance committee.
A finance committee. So it wasn't the board itself. Was it a committee of the board or just an executive committee?
No, a finance committee looking at invoices going to SAPS.
So he was looking at invoices going to SAPS, and he was there to protect both of your interests in that regard.
Yes.
And we saw, but that was also not mentioned in the statement. Is there any reason you didn't mention it in the statement?
No reason.
No reason. And we saw Mr. Matlala expressly asking you for help with invoicing when you'd already gone off to Cape Town for the January 8th celebrations. You recall that?
He was not asking for help with invoices. At that specific time, Mr. Matlala needed more funding. He wanted a meeting so that he could show me how much invoices are going in so that he could get a top-up. At that time, he was looking for an additional 10 million rand.
Now, let's look at that message, because I don't think that answer is consistent with the message. Go to page 2. His message to you is at 7:01:41. It's the green message on page 2. Salam, brother. Now is the time to start invoicing. Was wondering if I can see you before we send invoices. I can even come to your place. Please advise. He wanted to see you before he sent the invoices.
Correct. He wanted to show me what he's going to be submitting, how much invoices he's going to be submitting, and then show me that that's why he needed the additional funding, because we're going to have to wait for this money again, and he needed to service and pay more of his subcontractors.
But if that was all that he wanted to do, why did he need to see you, and why did he need to see you before he sent the invoices? Why didn't he just show you the invoices?
He needed to come because he asked me over the phone for the money. I said no. He said, so can I please come see you? Can I please come and show you what I need to do or what I'm going to be doing? This is what I'm doing. Can I come? He wanted a face-to-face meeting for that.
I can understand why he might have wanted a face-to-face meeting, but surely he'd have been in a better position on that face-to-face if he'd already sent invoices.
He wanted to show me. That's what he told me.
So you're saying he wasn't asking for help with invoices in this message?
Even when Mr. Mohammed sat on his committee, Mr. Mohammed was not in charge of assisting with the invoices, only to sit there and have a look and see what they're doing. We had absolutely no access to his invoicing, myself and Mr. Mohammed.
So what do you think Mr. Mr. Matlala was wanting to show you? Was he wanting to show you draft invoices?
He wanted to show me all the invoices, the amounts of all the invoices that he was going to submit.
And what did you expect to see?
Invoices.
Invoices that hadn't been sent.
I'm not sure if he had sent them or not sent them yet.
Well, he hadn't sent them because he says before we send invoices.
Sorry, Mr. Chaskasson. Mr. Karim, this discussion about this additional loan that you say this is what this WhatsApp message was about, when did that discussion happen?
It started around December when he wanted more funding.
Okay. And you say it started in December and continued when?
Continued-
When before this WhatsApp message?
Yeah, he continued post this message as well. He was looking for more funding.
Yes. You see, I'm asking because on that page 2, you have an afternoon. You send him afternoon on the 30th of December, and the next thing that happens in the series of communication is that WhatsApp message on the 7th of January. So there's no intervening communication between the two of you that accords with the explanation you are giving now about this WhatsApp message. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, I don't understand, Council.
You say, you explain this WhatsApp message of the 7th of January as being about him wanting to talk to you about a loan. And what I'm saying to you, what I'm not seeing is a trail of communication between the 30th of December, which was the last message from you in 2024, where you say afternoon, and the next message from him on the 7th of January. There's nothing in between the two communication or pieces of communication which accords with your explanation or your attempted explanation of the message of the 7th. I would have expected to see either missed telephone calls in between, and then you would then testify and say, well, in those telephone calls, he told me he wanted to come and talk about the 10 million rand. But we don't have that.
There's a call on the 30th.
Yes? What about it?
I'm saying there's a call on the 30th. There was a few calls. We spoke about this additional funding.
Yes.
And I see my messages only start from the 11th of December.
Yes.
But there's many calls prior to this, and I'm sure if we can get his records, and even when he comes here, I'm sure he'll be able to tell you that he really needed extra funding. And he was looking for that 10 million to top up.
Yes. He may well have needed extra funding, and he may well have had that conversation with you, but your explanation of the WhatsApp of the 7th of January, that it was to talk about the funding, it doesn't accord with this series of communication on the 30th of December, and then you get a message that's very specific. He wants to speak to you to see you rather, before he sends invoices. That's what he says to you, and then you say, well, it was about funding. It had to do with the additional funding. I don't understand that explanation. At least it's not reflected in these communications.
He wanted to show me the invoices. We spoke about this. He wanted to show me and say, here's invoices. Let's discuss. I'm sending these invoices in. Can you, based on what I'm sending in, can you then top up so much or so much, because here's the invoices going in.
Yes.
I assisted him in no way to submit
You
any
see,
invoices.
my point exactly, that you know that he wanted to, he's telling you about seeing you before he sends invoices. You know that he wants to show you the invoices because he wants to back up a request for payment, a request for a further loan, but there's nothing in this correspondence that supports that. You are giving an explanation to a message of the 7th, which is not backed up by anything that is on the face of that message.
But that was what transpired. We didn't even meet after that.
But do you accept that this message, on the face of it, it doesn't convey what you're saying? As I understand it, what you're conveying is he wanted to show you these invoices before he sends them off because he wanted to back up his request for funding, for further funding. That's what you're saying. Do you accept what I say to you? But this message itself, when you read this message together, especially together with your last message to him, there's nothing that backs up that explanation you are giving.
I'm sure when he comes here, he'll be able to back this up. Definitely.
Thank you.
If we go back to what actually happened in the operation of the contract, your evidence yesterday was, although the agreement was that you would get 10% of the income that you were entitled to when SAP started paying in September, you didn't take it because you let Mr. Madlanga keep that because he had cash flow problems.
He wanted to recover his site establishment costs.
Yes, but in terms of your agreement with him, you were entitled to take 10%. You had put up 10 million and you were going to get paid back 10% of all revenue that the contract generated.
Yes.
And you elected essentially to waive that right.
We had a meeting, and in that meeting, we agreed that we'll allow that one to pass. But there were other invoices that were paid, which was not disclosed to me.
Other invoices that were paid when?
I'm not sure, but in between the periods where my people were removed from, or my person was removed. That's what I suspect. I don't have the proof of that, but that's my suspicion.
And have you managed to pin down those dates with better particularity as to when your people were there and when they weren't?
I've requested them. I should be getting those, and I will hand them over to you.
Thanks. If we move on, it says, when we move on, we see that when you finally start getting your payments, you agreed to act as a conduit for Mr. Madlanga to pay Mr. Mamela a third of the first payment and a quarter of the gross second payment, which was in fact the same as 50% of the net second payment.
Council, I never said that yesterday. I was given two options by the commissioner yesterday, and I refused to accept that I was a conduit. There were two options given to me yesterday, and if we can go back to the transcripts, I had said I took the first option. I just need to go there and tell you what it was. But I didn't say that I was a conduit.
Well, we can see what the record says yesterday. Let's frame it this way. You agreed to take the payment that Mr. Madlanga made to you of 1.5 million and to spend 500,000 of that paying Mr. Madlanga's debt or loan to Mr. Mamela.
Yes.
Yes. And then when the second payment came in, you paid 250,000 of that to discharge Mr. Madlanga's obligation or to advance a loan on his behalf to Mr. Mamela.
Yes.
And these were this had nothing to do with your relationship with Mr. Mamela. It had to do with Mr. Madlanga's relationship with
Yes.
Mr. Mamela. So essentially you took 750,000 of your money to pay to Mr. Mamela at the request of Mr. Madlanga.
It was not my money. I was going to be replaced. It was not my money. He asked me, he said, I'm giving you this money and I'm going to top you up. I'm going to make good on it.
No, but either it was your money, in which case you weren't a conduit, or it was Mr. Madlanga's money, in which case you were a conduit. Conduit for Mr. Madlanga to pay Mr. Mamela. If it was your money, then you have elected essentially to use your own money to pay Mr. Mamela because that's what Mr. Madlanga wants you to do, and you will now have an additional claim against Mr. Madlanga to claim that back.
Mr. Madlanga asked me to pay that monies and said he'll replace those monies.
So, was it Mr. Madlanga's money that you were paying to Mr. Mamela, or do you accept that it was your own money that you were paying to Mr. Mamela?
It was my own money.
So that was the version of how the contract operated when we had regard to your testimony and the statement. But it now seems that you didn't tell us the full extent of your payments. Because the documents that we discovered this morning show that on the 27th of June, there was a 1 million payment from Tasmika, another one of your companies. Well, let's clarify, is Tasmika Construction one of your companies?
Yes.
And did Tasmika pay Medicare 1 million rands on the 27th of June, 1994?
Council, when we received
2024.
Sorry, 2024, okay.
When we received your documents this morning, for me, this was something, I was confused. Because I'd instructed my office to make payments from Ziggy Investments and Tamiz Investments. 5 million from Ziggy, and 5 million from Tamiz. When I saw those payments, I then made a call to my office to find out, because the instruction I gave was 5 and 5, and I'm still saying 5 and 5. That payment of the SMICA, I need to go, that's why I asked for more time. I needed to go now and check in my office who actually authorized those payments. Because I've got 2 people in the office or 4 people in the office that deal with payments. I gave them an instruction, I said 5 and 5. At no point did I give them an instruction to pay from the SMICA.
So are you now saying that that 1 million payment on the 27th of June 2024 was a payment made without your authorization?
I give them instructions, they have access to the bank, they process payments, and they send me.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Karim, but this is a very simple question. Did you or did you not authorize the payment of 1 million rands from Tasmika that was paid on 27 June 2024?
Not the SMICA, not the SMICA.
Did you authorize the payment of 1 million from anyone for payment on the 27th of June?
I give instructions, they authorize payments, they do the payments.
No. We're talking past each other. Did you instruct anybody to pay an additional 1 million rands to Medicare 24 on the 27th of June?
No.
So somebody inside your organization took it upon themselves to pay 1 million rands of your company's money without your knowledge or consent?
Yes, I'm confused. Hence, I said to my legal team that I need to get hold of my office. I need to get the people in my office and find out exactly who authorized that payment, because my instructions were very clear. My investment was 10 million. When these payments came, I then tried to call them this morning. They're working remotely, but I need to find out who authorizes payment from my office and who made this payment from my office.
So who have you tried to call today to find this out?
I phoned my payments manager, Mr. Hein van Vuren.
And have you spoken to him today?
Well, I've tried to get hold of him on 2 or 3 occasions now, and we've been busy in here, so.
Well, you were told about these payments, or at any rate your attorneys were told about these payments sometime around about 6 o'clock this morning, and you were aware of them before we started. Had you tried to get hold of Mr.
Yes.
Van Vuren before we started?
Yes, I've tried.
Then there was an adjournment to 11:45. Have you spoken to him since you first tried to get hold of him?
In consultation with my legal team, we said once we break here, we need to call them, once we break for lunch.
I see. So you still haven't spoken to Mr. Van Vuren?
No, I've called, haven't spoken to him yet.
I see. Well, Chair, we are a couple of minutes before the lunch break. This might be a good opportunity to give Mr. Karim the chance to call Mr. Van Vuren.
Sorry, on this point, I'm just trying to understand, is this payment by Tasmika Construction part of the 10 million, or is it over and above the 10 million reflected in paragraph 12 of your statement?
I'd have to go and check, because my instructions to my office was 5 and 5. That was my agreement. 10 million and nothing more. So I need to get hold of Mr. Van Vuren and Mr. Sayed, who are then in charge of payments in my office, and a certain lady by the name of Shakira, and find out who authorized this payment from Tasmika.
Can I just follow up, because I can clarify Commissioner Kumalo's question. If you go to page S3, 3 of your statement bundle.
Yeah. Yes.
There you will see how the 10 million that you refer to there is made up. It's 5 million from Ziggy on 26 June. It's 2.5 million from Tamiz on 7 July. It's 1.5 million from Tamiz on 15 July, and it's 1 million from Tamiz on 24 July. And in Annexure SC1, at the end of your statement, you provide bank statements that show each of these payments that you refer to in 12.1 to 12.3, and those payments add up to 10 million. So the payment of 1 million on the 27th of June was over and above the 10 million. Do you accept that?
It was only brought to my attention this
No,
morning.
no, I'm not debating whether you knew about it or not, but I'm asking you, do you accept that it was over and above the 10 million?
I'll have to go and do a recon and check, Council. I'm not
Maybe
going
you
to-
can do that recon at lunch while you wait for Mr. Van Vuren to get in touch. But look also at the 1.12 million payment on the 7th of October, because what you'll see when you do that recon is that what you paid to Medicare was not 10 million. It was 12.12 million.
Let us adjourn and resume at 2 p.m. must be placed on record right away, perhaps.
Thank you, Chair. My attorney and the witness have made arrangements to go to Mecca and Medina. I believe they're traveling tomorrow. So they've asked for an indulgence if we can finish a little earlier to get their arrangements in order. And I think what was mooted was 2:45 or 3 o'clock, if the Commission will grant that indulgence.
Between 2:45 and 3 o'clock, would 3 o'clock work?
We'll
Thank
take
you.
3 o'clock.
Thank you. 3 o'clock is better. Mr. Shaskalsin?
Chair, I'm in the Commission's hands. Whatever, I certainly don't want to interfere with.
Thank you.
the
3
full
o'clock it
Commission.
is then. Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Shaskalsin?
Thank you, Chair. Did you manage to get hold of Mr. Van Vuren? Is it Mr. Van Vuren?
Yes, Council.
And what were you able to establish?
They're going to look into it. They're looking into the matter. It was 2 years ago. I just got hold of him. Like I said, the offices are closed, but I said he needs to quickly get hold of the other person and try and see exactly who authorized that payment.
So, but you know you didn't authorize that payment.
No.
So what we have is a situation where over and above the 10 million that you instructed to be paid in accordance with your agreement with Medicare 24 Tswani, there was a payment of 1 million from Tasmika on the 27th of June 2024, and there was another payment of 1.12 million on the 7th of October 2024. Is that correct?
The second one is
1.12, 1,120,000. Is that correct?
Yes, those are the payments, yes.
Yes. So the total amount from your companies paid to Medicare 24 was in fact 12,120,000, not 10 million.
That's what I established now.
And your evidence is that you first became aware of the extra 2,120,000 from Tasmika today, when the Commission drew to your attention.
This morning when I woke up from my morning prayers, my attorney alerted me about this.
Right. So, does anybody other than you have authority to issue instructions for payments of 1 million and more out of Tasmika's account?
There isn't, but people have access.
No, there's a separate question. The people who have access, I understand you can process banking transactions, but does anyone have authority to issue the instruction on behalf of Tasmika, you will pay 1 million?
Only I issue instructions.
Only you. So anybody who made this payment or these two payments without your knowledge was misappropriating money from Tasmika's account?
I'm now made aware of that, Council.
One good thing to come out of this commission for you is that you've been alerted to the fact that people have stolen 2.12 million from you.
I just had that discussion with my council now. I'd like to thank the Commission for that.
But let me just understand this. Where would that person have gotten bank details to pay Medicare 24? I mean, they could only have got that from you, since they have not had any interaction with Mr. Madlanga. Somebody who paid from Tasmika's account into Medicare 24, this 2.1 million or 2.2 million.
Commissioner, when you have these accounts, it's a joint account. So those beneficiaries are shared amongst all those. So I assume that's where this problem came from.
Thank you.
Mr. Karim, does it mean that you're not a nominated signatory to the Tasmika account?
Commissioner, I have about 10 accounts that I deal with. So most of these accounts I give it to my office to deal with. I don't deal with payments because I'm mostly on the road and I don't have time to make payments. So I delegate these payments to a certain team in my office. I am the nominated person, but they have all the details, they have all the login details.
Are a nominated signatory to
Yes.
the account. Okay, thank you.
And do you receive payment notifications from that account?
With FNB, from time to time, you might get an email, you might get an SMS. It's not consistent. It either comes via an email or it either comes via an SMS.
But is it possible that a transaction for 1,120,000 might go off the Tasmika account without any notification to you?
Council, it's possible. Sometimes I'm on the mine, messages don't come through, there's no networks. It's quite deep into the rural area, so there is a possibility.
No, I understand that you might not get a contemporaneous message because the signal's down. But when you go back into the land of signal, that message ought to be delivered to you.
Yes, but at that time, remember, it's not only bank messages coming in. There'll be a lot of people trying to call you, so it's multiple of messages. I just don't look at them. I don't go to the messages.
I see. Now, Mr. Karim, you certainly don't strike me as a sleepy businessman. Have you managed to lose 2 million in your bank accounts before? Has that ever happened to you before?
Council, these days, and I've been looking at a lot of the companies, there's a lot of siphoning going on. There's a lot of money being lost in accounts, a lot.
It's a separate question I'm asking. Has anyone ever made a payment of 1 million rands in one payment out of your account without your noticing?
No,
Not your knowledge, at any rate.
not my knowledge, yes.
And of course, no one's made a payment of 1.12 million rands out of your account without you seeing it.
Yes, and that also sounds like a very, 1120 doesn't sound like a payment that I would instruct to make.
Yes, it's a payment that attracts attention. 1,120,000, is it not?
Correct.
Are you a director? What's an official relationship other than a shareholder? What other relationship do you have?
I'm the
Are you sitting-
director.
You're a director. And the company does prepare financials. You would expect something like this to have been picked up by whoever prepares financial records?
Well, if they don't pick up, if it's not suspicion and went off the bank accounts, the accountants will continue and process with the payments because they would have thought I authorized. So accountants work off the bank statement and process according to the bank statement. They will not call me for every transaction.
So they would think you have authorized because you are the person with authority to authorize.
No. They would think that I gave the instruction for payment.
That's what I mean.
Yes.
You are the only person that gives instructions for
Yes.
payment. Thank you.
Yes, but they'd have to know how to enter it in the books. And if they went to the bank statement, they would see, let's look at page 555.
Can our learned friend perhaps just give us a description of the document? I'm sure we have it.
It-
Ours is just not paginated.
Sorry, I apologize. Do we have, if we go to the June bank statement, have we not?
Are they this morning's documents?
This morning's documents, yes, but can I just clarify, because there was a set that should have been paginated and given to the commissioners and to the witness and to the witnesses' attorneys.
No.
We don't
This
have
morning's
paginated
documents.
set.
Sorry.
Mr. Chairperson, if I could just check, What you're referring to is the Tasmika construction
Yes.
statement.
Yes,
We
I
have
must
it.
apologize to my colleagues for this because I'm told that the witness has a paginated file, the commissioners have a paginated file, but the witness's legal team does not. What we're referring to is the Tasmika, it's this morning's documents, it's the Tasmika construction statement for June. And if we go down to the 27th of June,
Have you managed to locate it, Mr. Bana?
We'll try and follow. Or can we just can we get one of your files and we'll just paginate it quickly?
can we display?
What is the last page of your file, 544?
Does Medicare June 24? Is that the first one?
My colleague, Commissioner Baloi, is lending you hers.
Thank you.
Yeah, yes, please. Thank you.
So if we look at the bottom of the page, the only reference for that payment on the 27th of June is F&B app payment to loan. Now, whoever is preparing your accounts, if they're going to prepare the accounts, would need to know who the loan was made to or from. So there'd have to be, so the accountants ought to have asked a question, how do we book this 1 million? How do we describe the loan? Because it doesn't say Medicare 24.
Yes, correct. So,
Eh,
okay.
So, sorry, Mr. Karim, I thought you were about to say something.
No.
So ordinarily, what would happen when your accountant sees a payment of 1 million rands that just says payment to loan and it doesn't describe who that loan is to or from? Who do they ask?
They talk to the office. I've got a lady that captures on the instructions of Mr. Van Vieren.
So someone in the office would then have had to have looked at this 1 million payment to say, account for it this way.
Yes, Mr. Van Vieren would look at it and then instruct the capturer who captures these for accounting purposes and give them the reasons.
And how often are Tasmika's accounts prepared? Do you have 6 monthly accounts, annual accounts? I mean, obviously you're going to have a sort of working accounts, but do you prepare 6 monthly financial statements? Do you prepare annual financial statements?
Annual financial statements.
And Tasmika tenders for local government and provincial contracts, does it not?
Yes,
So it needs audited financial statements.
yes,
So auditors will then have to look at these accounts.
yes.
And an auditor, when is financial year end for Tasmika?
Should be Feb.
Feb.
Yeah.
So this payment would have been financial year end February last year.
Yes.
And do you have audited financial statements for 2025 yet?
I'd have to check with the auditors and the
How,
accountants.
how long does it ordinarily take for your auditors to prepare audited financial statements?
I have 2 accountants or 3. I just need to check who's looking after this.
No, my question's slightly different. It's how long does it ordinarily take them to prepare audited financial statements? How long do you normally have to wait before you get your
A
financial
couple of
statements?
months. We have to
Couple
wait
of
a
months.
minute, yeah.
By mid-year, you should have financials for the previous February, shouldn't
I
you?
speak under correction, but yes, around my
So you would... From date of year end. So by now, you ought to have audited financial statements for year end February 2025.
was last year. Yeah, I'd have to check, yes.
We're 13 months down the line.
Yes, I presume, yes.
So these payments of 1 million on 27 June and 1,120,000 to loan on 7 October seem to have escaped the auditors as well.
Yes, we need to check. That's why I'm saying something doesn't look good here.
No, something certainly doesn't look good here.
Yes, so even for me, that's why I requested more time and a postponement so that I could get to the bottom of this, because this is troubling me now. It's a lot of money, and between Mr. Van Vieren and the capturer, I need to find out what happened here.
It may not just be Mr. Van Vuren and the capturer, because these amounts were paid to Medicare 24. And certainly the October amount, the 1.12 million payment, was paid in a period where either Mr. Kerr or Mr. Mohammed would have had sight of payments into Medicare 24's account.
No, Council, they were not in. Mr. Khair was already removed at that time. Mr. Mohammed got in a bit later.
So this was just in a window between Mr. Khair and Mr. Mohammed.
Yes.
Have you established what those dates are?
I will get them, and they will be sent to you by tonight.
I see. So this 1.12 million payment you believe to have been made in a window between their two periods of oversight of the Medicare 24 accounts.
Yes.
Now, as far as you're concerned, this is an unauthorized payment. It's just money misappropriated from Tasmika.
Yes, I didn't authorize these payments.
So what Medicare 24 owes you, in fact, is not 8.25 million, well, is not 18.25 million. It's actually more than 20 million, because it owes you another 2.12 million. Do you agree with that?
I think after we check and confirm from all these bank accounts, we'll then be able to determine the correct figure.
But as you stand today, your position is that Medicare, or before you were alerted to these payments, your position was that Medicare owed you the 8.25 that it hadn't paid you back, together with the 10 million that it was obliged to pay you over and above what you'd put in. So that was 18.25 was what Medicare owed you.
Correct.
And now it seems to be that there is another 2,120,000 that you paid Medicare and that ought to be paid back to you from Medicare.
From these bank statements, yes.
Before we leave these bank statements, can I ask you to go to the October bank statement? The bank statement of Medicare, not of Tasmika.
Now, what page is that, Council?
My page is 551. But it's the Medicare bank statement. Maybe let's start on the previous page, 550, where we will see the Tasmika payment. Do you see on 7th of October in the Medicare accounts, there is a payment of 1,120,000. That's the Tasmika payment at the foot of the page on 550.
550.
550, yes. I'm starting with the Tasmika payment.
Yes.
Then if you go to the next page, 551, 9th October, about 7 or 8 lines from the bottom, you'll see that there was a 3 million payment into Medicare, 3 million CR. You see that? F&B OB payment loan.
Yeah.
Do you know anything about that 3 million payment?
No, it's the first time I'm seeing this payment. I don't know about that payment.
And do you know anything, so as far as you're concerned, none of your companies have anything to do with that 3 million payment?
Sorry, our Leonard friend's going a bit quickly for us. 3 million payment on page.
It's page 551, 9th of October. It's,
Thank you.
it's 8 from the bottom. So that payment of a 3 million loan into Medicare 24, you say you know nothing about.
No,
Have you ever made payments through a Hawala system in commercial dealings?
excuse me, can you repeat that?
Hawala payments. Have you made payments through a Hawala system in commercial dealings?
No.
No. And to the best of your knowledge, if we investigate this payment, we won't find a trail back to any of your companies.
I guarantee you, Council.
Well, I don't think you can guarantee it to me because you've just told me 2.12 million went missing out of your accounts without your knowledge.
You said it came via an Havala system. I don't use Havala system.
Yes, but it seems that you don't, you can't speak with total authority about what goes in and out of your accounts.
True.
On any scenario, you went into proceedings, or you came to this commission a few days ago thinking that Medicare 24 owed you 18.25 million, plus interest, I would imagine.
No, I said 8.25.
Now, 8.25 is what you put in, but you were supposed to get a return of 10.
Yes, but once the contract was cancelled, I was just wanting to get my capital.
And I know you probably would have been happy to walk away with your capital, but in terms of legal rights, if your agreement is what you say your agreement was, you were entitled to the 10 million over and above what you put in.
Yes.
Why haven't you sued Medicare 24?
So as soon as these things started happening towards around April, May, I had a meeting with my lawyers, and we then agreed that we needed to start the legal process of receiving my monies. We had these discussions around April. In May, we then agreed, yes, we are going to institute legal proceedings. And my attorneys I had briefed to continue to pursue and get my money back.
Sorry, that was April, May last year.
Yes, just before Mr. Madlanga got arrested.
Yes. And what has happened between April, May, and today?
I can get a brief from them and then revert to you with that. We can send you the correspondence.
And what is your claim going to be? How much are you claiming back?
I'm not sure what they agreed to claim back, but I'll check for you. We'll send it to you on an email so that you have it on record.
I see. When I suggested to you that 18.5 million was what Medicare 24 owed you, you said no, 18.25 million. You said no, it's just 8.25, I just want my money back. Had your attorneys not explained to you that you were entitled to the extra 10 million as well?
Yes, we discussed that, but I don't know what did they do, if they finalized on what they were going to claim back.
I see.
Can I just check something? Have you cancelled your agreement with Medicare 24? What became of that agreement?
Commissioner, remember, as I explained, once I received the SLA in October, To get Mr. Madlanga to sign that agreement was a bit of a uphill. He kept on saying, we'll sign, we'll sign. So the agreement with him was, once the SLA is out, we'll sign this funding agreement, and then we'll draw up another agreement. And he just never got to sign this funding agreement.
So are you saying there's no agreement between your company and Medicare 24? What's the legal position as we are sitting here today?
What we have is the proofs of payment that we paid him, and we have this funding agreement that was not signed.
But did you shake hands on it?
Yes, we had
So it's an oral agreement?
this verbal agreement. We shook hands, post come the funding agreement.
Thank you.
I just check, Mr. Karam, the accountants of Ziggy and Tamiz, they haven't raised any issue about there being no record of these, record as in agreement, the source of these payments that are huge payments that have been made to Medicare. That's never been an issue with the accountants.
From my instruction to Mr. Hein on the 5 million, I'm sure that is recorded in my books, yes. It is
Say
recorded.
that again, you say?
They are recorded. These loans are recorded.
Yeah, I'm asking a slightly different question, that you have a 5 million rand amount coming out of the Ziggy account, and there is no agreement, there's no written agreement that explains to an accountant why that money is being paid to Medicare. The same with Tamiz. You don't have a record that explains why that payment is being made to Medicare. Is that not an issue that your accountants would have raised with you?
No.
They did not. Not even the people who prepare your financial statements, not even those. Your
No, we
auditors.
brief them on, obviously they go through the bank statements. Mr. Hein will then brief them, this is a loan, that's a loan, this is going to this is an invoice payment. So he would brief them on what the transactions are.
Yeah, I'm asking a different question. Your auditors have never raised an issue about the absence of a written agreement that authorizes or that explains these payments. The auditors have not done that.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just follow on with that? Because it seems to me that, I mean, Ziggy pays 5 million rands on loan to a company that is ostensibly at arm's length, Medicare 24. Presumably in the books of Ziggy, that amount of 5 million would be reflected as loan Medicare 24, because that's what it says on the bank statement.
Yes, I'm sure the accountants will be able to take and produce that.
But when the auditors come to audit Ziggy's financial accounts, surely they'll ask for an underlying loan agreement in respect of a loan as big as 5 million rands.
They didn't ask for one.
Again, we need to speak to those auditors. Who audits Ziggy's financials?
I think I've given you an email address. They're going to give you an email address.
Is it the same auditors for all companies,
Yes.
all of your companies?
Not all. I'll just check who they're handling, but they'll be able to tell you which companies they're looking after.
Thanks. And if they don't look after Ziggy, who do we speak to get an instruction as to who audits Ziggy's books?
These ones look after Ziggy.
These ones audit Ziggy's
Yeah.
books.
Sorry, one more thing. What's the position between Ziggy and Tamiz? Does Ziggy or does Tamiz owe 5 million to Ziggy or the other way around? What's the position? Because I understood from paragraph 12 of your statement that Tamiz made payments to Medicare on behalf of Ziggy.
So
Is there an underlying agreement?
there's internal loan agreements, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
I want to wait until we get the explanations from Mr. Van Vuren and your follow-up explanation in relation to these payments before I close off this topic. But I will come back to it once we've seen that. And I do, for now, I need to put to you a series of concerns that I have about this agreement between yourself and between Ziggy and Medicare 24. You just need to hear them. I'll ask you for comment later when we see you again. But in fairness to you, you need to know my concerns, which may well also be reflected among some of the commissioners. My first concern is my first concern is with the numbers. There is, your version in the statement is a loan of 10 million. It turns out that there were payments of 12.12 million. We need an explanation for where the extra 2.12 million comes from. My second concern is that even on the version on the statement, what you have is a loan of 10 million to a relative stranger without any security, which seems commercially odd to me, to say the least. My second concern is that this loan to a relative stranger without security is not just without security, it's without a written contract. That also seems commercially odd to me. My third concern is that for a party whose stated relationship to Medicare 24 is that of simply lender, it does seem to me that Ziggy or yourself or your companies or your group generally performed a role much more akin to a partnering investor than a lender. You provided accounting support. You had a representative on a finance committee. You agreed to forego your rights on your loan when the money first started to flow in September. You agreed when you were finally paid to pay what seems to have been a debt of Mr. Matlala out of the monies paid to you. So you agreed to pay a total of 750,000 of the 2.5 million that you were paid. 750,000 of that you paid on to Mr. Mamela. All of these elements concern me, and they, in my view, cast doubt on the correctness or the truth of your version of a loan. And what I want to put to you is what it looks like to me. It looks much more like you were an investing partner in this contract, and that you were an investing partner together with Mr. Mamela, and that while you were in business with Mr. Mamela in relation to a Chrome project, while you were funding an interdict that served to protect Mr. Mamela's company, you might also have been investing with Mr. Mamela in this contract. Because Mr. Mamela keeps on getting screenshots of your communications with Mr. Matlala. Mr. Mamela gets paid out of your payments from Mr. Matlala. So those are my concerns, and I think that's what you need to address when you come back. There are two further topics that I could address with you today. Let me first ask you, just get some clarity about, which relates to the Mr. Mamela relationship. You spoke about the origins of your relationship with Mr. Mamela in the house sale, and that you then went into this joint business in relation to a chrome mining operation. You mentioned that you were each going to put in 55 million, and that to raise his 55 million, he had to sell an asset, and he sold it. And you said you got notified that the money had been transferred to the lawyer's trust account from the sale of the asset, and you said you were overjoyed because now you could start the project. When were you notified that the money went into the lawyer's trust account? Approximately when was this?
Sometime in December 23, November.
November, December. And then you say, subsequent to me receiving the funds, Mamela approached you and told you, subsequent to you receiving the funds, Mamela approached you and told you that he's got challenges with his current house, he's paying penalties, he's losing $1 million a month on penalties, so could he please take some of his money and complete his house, then he'd bring back the funds so he could continue with the project. How long was that after you had received the funds?
It was immediately. It was, you mean how, when did he approach me?
Yes, when did he approach you? You get the funds, you've now got the money in Ziggy.
Yes, that same day he approached me.
The same day he approached you?
Yeah.
So when were the funds paid out? So were the funds in Ziggy for more than a day?
The funds were there for a couple of hours, and that's exactly what my problem was with him. And that's exactly where I had an issue. So I said to him, I've already committed. You cannot backtrack on this. We had a gentleman's agreement. Paperwork is to follow. I've made commitments. People are waiting. This is not acceptable.
But within a couple of hours you'd paid him the money?
I had to pay him the money. It's his money.
Well, it wasn't actually his money. It was money that he had committed to a joint project with you. So you had a contract with him that he had to put up 55 million.
Yes, a verbal contract.
You had to put up 55 million.
Yes.
And that 110 million was now going to be used for some mining project.
Yes.
But you agreed immediately he put up the 55 million. That, or I think you said it was 56, that he could take his money back.
Mr. Shackleton, if someone comes to you and you're holding that kind of money of theirs and they're sitting in front of you and he says, I'll bring back the money, I want my money back. I had no choice. I said, it's fine. What time frames are we looking at? When will you bring this money back? He said, he's busy with a disposal of another asset. He'll come back to me, but for now he needs to finish his house.
You see, again, one of the things that strikes me as odd about this arrangement is that he sells an asset. The money gets paid into trust at his lawyers. He can instruct those lawyers what to do with that money. He can instruct those lawyers to pay you, or he can instruct those lawyers to pay him. If he wanted the money back, why would he instruct the lawyers to pay you for you to pay the money to him? Why wouldn't he just instruct the lawyers pay me directly?
We'll have to ask him, because the instruction was to pay to me based on the agreement we had on this mining operation.
So he gave you an instruction based on a contract. Well, he gave his attorneys an instruction based on a contract with you. He had a contract with you to pay 55 or 56 million. He told his attorneys pay 56 million, and no sooner had the 56 million landed than he said, pay me, what was it, 35 million?
No, he requested 40 million at that time.
Sorry, he requested
40.
40. Again, the arrangement strikes me as concerning, and it strikes me as particularly concerning because it happens 10 days before a preservation order is issued against him by SARS, and at a time when he must have known that SARS were coming after him. Did it not strike you as funny that the money came to you, and then as soon as it came to you, the person who had effectively directed that it be paid to you said, pay it to me?
No, because he committed, and remember, I still had a balance of the money left over with me. He didn't take all his money.
I appreciate that, but he took 35 million out of 56 million.
Yes, he did.
I have another substantive topic to address now, but we're not going to finish before 3 o'clock. So I'd rather get to it when we resume.
Were dates agreed?
What we have at the moment, we just need to find out when. Chair, might I ask if we stand down for a couple of minutes just to find out when Mr. Karim and his attorney return to South Africa and what dates are available thereafter?
We'll adjourn and we'll come back when it's indicated that we should. The legal representative was traveling and Mr. Karim are excused. Yes, Mr. Shashasin.
Chair, we've agreed on the 16th of April.
Mr. Karim, the hearing of your testimony will be resumed on 16 April 2026. So you must be here on that day. Let us adjourn and resume at 9:30 tomorrow.
Thank you, Chair.
Let's adjourn.